Thank you, councillors. We are awaiting the Action SA and EFF caucus. Apologies for the inconvenience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. I see that the Action SA caucus has returned. We are just awaiting the EFF caucus. Thank you. And once again, apologies for any inconveniences caused. Thank you. Also, IT, there has been a request that you just check the Wi-Fi connectivity. It's been on and off, and as you do know that there are some councillors that are using the Google Drive directly without hard copies. If you can just look into it for us, please. Thank you. IT. Thank you, councillors. Please can we settle in so that we can proceed? Protocol, there's a call for water. Councillors, while we're finalizing the speakers list, Councillor Myers, you requested the caucus break. Councillors, please check your mics. There is a microphone that is on. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. We've deliberated the items. We can proceed. Thank you very much. And thank you for granting us the caucus break.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. We are just finalizing the speakers list. We're still awaiting the names from the EFF caucus, and then we will commence. Thank you. The leader of the EFF caucus, Councillor Rasserute, please can you kindly give us an indication as to how much longer are you going to be so that we can... proceed. Councillors, there's a microphone that is on somewhere. Can we please switch it off?
Thank you very much, Speaker. We don't need much of your time. 5 minutes will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Rasarute. Councillors, once again, please check your mics. There is a microphone that is on. Can we kindly switch it off? Can you try again, Councillor? There we go.
Thank you very much, Jared. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rasarute. Can I check with your caucus, Councillor Rasarute, if there are any speakers on the items, because we haven't received any names from your caucus? If there are, could you kindly urgently forward it so that we can continue?
Thank you very much, Speaker. We'll submit those names to you in no time. So, thank you.
Thank you. So I take it we can proceed. Acting Secretary to Council.
Under the agent's report, agency reports, we are on item 135, which is a report on the unlawfulness of resolutions taken in the implementation of the ex gratia payments by the former mayoral committee.
Thank you. Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Speaker. Let me deal firstly with the material omissions in this particular report. The first being the omission of the second legal opinion from Moody and Robertson. Item 135 relies almost exclusively on a single legal opinion, which was provided by SC Terry Matau. However, the executive has failed to furnish this council with the second legal opinion by Moody and Robertson, which under section 19 states, the city is empowered to agree to the payment of a loss of office gratuity. The opinion by Moody and Robertson also predates the final report that was compiled by the city manager and tabled to MACOM for noting. We deem the omission of this opinion by the executive as an attempt to mislead council. It is a material omission, and it changes the factual complexion of the report that is tabled before us. The mayoral committee was fully aware of the Matau opinion, and no attempt was ever made to conceal it. In fact, this opinion was disclosed to Moody and Robertson, who reference it in their own memorandum. It's therefore disingenuous to purport otherwise. We would therefore request that a withdrawal of this report until councillors are furnished with this opinion and the full documents that pertain to this particular report. I think it's important to also note that the new regulations relating to political staff contracts or employment, not extending their contracts past 30 days, is not new, and it was not introduced by the Matau opinion. Caucus had already issued directive on this in 2021, which the then government ignored at the time, and which were promulgated in 2022. There was never a question around this part of the new regulations, and it is not the subject of the report today. Following the illegitimate ousting of the multi-party government in September into October 2022, it was necessary to engage with political staff in their experience and understanding of the non-permanent nature of their positions. Such a meeting was held in December 2022. It was clear from this engagement, which included the city's legal consult, that all political employees chose to accept their offers of employment on the basis that there would be an ex gratia payment, which would enable them to source alternative employment without falling into financial ruin, and this had been the practice for the past several years within the city. This engagement is also excluded from the report tabled before us today. The veracity or authenticity of the minutes. In the minutes provided within this report, it lists Ashley Sauls I as a member of the mayoral committee. He was no such MMC in January 2023. There is also no reflection of Councillor Franco de Lange, who was appointed to the mayoral committee on the 8th of December 2022. It is to be further noted by Council that the Office of the City Manager prepared a report for mayoral committee to note. This is clear in the minutes, that the report was for noting and for not for approval, and the comments cited indicate that the report was brought for feedback. The city manager was then left to apply his own mind, and the fact that the staff contracts were not amended, but instead a letter speaking to the conditions of termination was issued, underscored that the city manager exercised his delegated authority independently, and I'll explain that shortly. These minutes and the resolutions that are given in this report therefore cannot be justifiably relied upon to claim that MACOM adopted, instead of noted, the resolutions, as the content is false and disputed as such. Again, we reiterate our position that this report needs to be withdrawn and the full facts and documents supplied to Council. Going back to mayoral committee noting the report from the Office of the City Manager, The decision to grant the loss of office gratuity was left to the city manager, and the final report was presented to MACOM for noting, as I've said. It's not true that mayoral committee acted ultra vires when, in fact, there was a city manager report tabled for noting. The city manager is empowered by the delegations of authority in terms of 6.1.3. Attached to the post, the remuneration and other conditions of service as may be determined in accordance with any applicable labour legislation or collective agreements. And I'll bring up the collective agreements shortly with which the approved staff establishments and further develop and recommend amendments for approval by the executive mayor. In this sense, the city manager acted well within his delegated authority, and there are absolutely no express policies in the city's framework which deny the city manager from implementing such a condition. The condition did not alter the terms of service, nor did it alter their contract, but it dealt with the conditions of the terms of termination. The loss of office gratuity is not an attempt to circumvent the municipal accrued to staff as a condition of an early termination contract. I think this is quite important to note, and it's spread throughout the theme of what I've said already. Going into the collective agreement in our relationship with trade unions, there is an outstanding dispute with Amatu, who is one of the 2 recognised trade unions in the city, which has not been resolved, owing to the refusal of the current administration to consult and deliberate on this matter with them. The second legal opinion by Moody and Robertson advised the following. It is our view that the city could amend the employment contracts to build in a loss of office gratuity and or reach an agreement with the staff collectively in this regard, provided the genuine intention is to conclude an agreement about fair conditions of employment, and its consideration of the above factors demonstrate this. If the city were minded to do this, it would do so by way of a discussion and settlement with Amatu. Otherwise, the city's unilateral determination will potentially not resolve the dispute with Amatu. The city hasn't responded or settled any outstanding disputes with Amatu, nor has it attempted to engage them on the matter, despite attempts by Amatu for clarity. I will assume that you are well aware of the formal letter of intent that was filed by Amatu this morning with both the city manager and the acting head of Group Corporate and Shared Services, advising the city that they had ignored all correspondence in respect to this matter from Amatu, and that Amatu intend pursuing the matter through the South African Local Bargaining Council, and that such application would be served on the city in due course. Approving this report prior to that outcome is not only premature, it is exceptionally dangerous. I'll move to the report recommendations with a futile attempt, yet again, to declare the conduct of the former mayoral committee as unlawful, which we see as a desperate attempt at relevance. It's not grounded in law or logic. The decision with respect to this matter is very clearly outlined as being left to the city manager, as per his delegated powers, which this council has approved, in line with legislation and city policy. It also seeks to authorize, which was just recently promulgated and amended, and was accepted by the previous government led by the ANC at the time that it was proposed. It also seeks to amend the city's talent acquisition policy, which was already done and approved by Council in May 2022, following the court judgment in respect to the COJ 130. As this report does not purport to overturn the approved decisions in respect to the talent acquisition policy amendments of that meeting in May 2022,
30 seconds.
Then this recommendation cannot be considered. To end off, Speaker, and I'll cut it a little bit short, I think the persistent tendency of the current administration in tabling reports with incomplete evidence and manipulated facts is a matter of grave concern and should terrify everyone in this House. Councillors agreeing to these reports are being made into accomplices to decisions that they have never been empowered to make, as facts are distorted and omitted. Important decisions are made in this House, and we are bound by law to make these decisions with the best interests of the city as well as its employees at heart. We cannot do that with half-truths. Playing games with people's lives to suit a certain narrative.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Rapado.
Kala manje. Kumathatha. Speaker, let's start. Let me fix my notes first before we can undo this travesty of justice that we just see here in this council. Speaker, there is a saying that we serve at the behest or the pleasure of the Majesty. When the Majesty leaves, he or she must leave with their people? Why must the city pay for the DA's cadre deployment? And now they want us to do an illegal payment going against the municipal staff regulations. Speaker, it is funny how the chickens have come back to roost. The municipal staff regulations set out that the duration of the secondment of fixed-term contract may, let me repeat it, Speaker, may not be longer than 30 days after the MMCs vacate the office. Speaker, we as the ANC can't regularize wrong things. We can't. We can't. Illegality is illegality, Speaker. We can't continue to pay for DA loyalists who are sitting home and doing no service to the city or the residents of the city of Johannesburg. The most nauseating thing about this is that they wanted to get around the municipal staff regulation for their own ends. Rather say their wicked ends. They went out again, DA style, wasting council money, seeking legal opinion that told them that this is illegal. The mayoral committee, let us teach you, the mayoral committee has no power to grant these trade-offs by paying DA members who have vacated office. Let us teach you about governance. First, you need to seek permission from Caucus and SALCA to affect these cadre deployment payments that you wanted to do. You continued.
Apologies to interrupt you, but I just need to request from the DA caucus. We've allowed for Councillor Knott to speak, and it was uninterrupted. We are all trying to listen in because this is a serious matter that we are dealing with here. And there is continuous interruptions and howling coming from the side. Can we please maintain order as we have speakers on the floors? Thank you. You may proceed, Councillor Rapadu.
Speaker, I'm not sure if I should start all over. I have time. How much time do I have? Because we need to deal with this decisively. Because illegality can't continue unabated in the city of Johannesburg. They can't. First, Speaker, let us teach the mighty DA about good governance processes. First, you need to seek permission from Caucus and SALCA to affect transactions that they wanted to do. You continue to process the payment of DA cadres, knowing very well that a motion against the mayor had been approved by programming on the 17th of January 2023. As the city, we should be doing things in accordance with its regulations. Poor Brian Maduka. Poor Brian Maduka. Now he's been thrown under the bus because of the pressures from that side. And we know how they operate. We know how they operate, as always. He was pressured to sign an illegal document affecting or amending the municipal staff regulations. Now, they want to be clean and distance themselves from Mr. Maduka, because Mr. Maduka serves at the behest of the Majesty Leonot. Speaker.
Councillor Rapadu, please take your seat. There's a hand.
Again. It's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Knott.
Speaker, I have no issue with Councillor Rapadu speaking, but if he's going to be offensive one more time in this House, I'm not going to take it kindly because it's not the first time. If he'd like to address councillors by their title, absolutely. But please, if we can stop this belittling of other councillors in this House. I have no issue with him talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knott. Councillor Rapado, please
Chair.
can we refrain
Chair.
from belittling councillors in this House, please? Thank you.
no, don't worry.
You may proceed, Councillor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Speaker. I'm sorry. We know that poor Mr. Brian Maduka was serving at the behest of Her Majesty Councillor Leah Knott. Yes. Is that fine, Speaker? Thank you. Let us do things correctly.
Councillor Rapado. Please take your seat. Let me get Councillor Niman's hand. Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Point of order in terms of Rule 72. You just asked that the councillor mustn't belittle councillors, and then he goes and do exactly the same thing. He's disrespectful, and he needs to withdraw that unconditionally.
Councillor Niemand, there was a request from Councillor not to be addressed on her title, and also she indicated the aspect of belittling councillors. I have reprimanded Councillor Rapado accordingly. Councillor Niemand, I am still talking. We've had instances here where we've had MMCs and former mayors having to sit through being called mayors of Joburg, etc., etc. So let's not be small about this, but may I humbly request, can we please, Councillor Rapado and all councillors, refrain from belittling fellow councillors? Thank you. So, okay, well, just hold on 1 second. Let me also make it clear as to how. Let us not call people names unnecessarily. Let's not give people titles unnecessarily. Who's the majesty here? Show me who's the majesty. Since you have asked how, who's the majesty? Let us not do that, councillors. I mean, we are adults here. Councillor Rapado, please proceed.
Speaker, I don't want the House to degenerate. I will withdraw that statement. I will withdraw it.
Thank you so much.
So I will withdraw it. But the point I'm trying to make is that we have seen the tendencies of how the DA operates. When it suits them, they shout and scream on top of the roof. When it goes against them, they want to cry. Thank you. They want to cry. It can't be now that we blame the poor acting CM, that it was his own doing. It was his own thinking that led us here. It can't be. We're not that naive. And people must stand up and take responsibility for the pressures that have put on our senior officials in the city of Johannesburg. We know that it's been done. We know. There reign, okay, not, I almost said reign of terror. I'll withdraw reign of terror. I will withdraw it. But their reign of victimizing and pressurizing officials must come to an end. It must come to an end. Now the poor cancer, the poor CM sitting there at Joburg City Zoo, how he came out of his own thinking that no, we must reward cadre deployment of the DA. We must reward DA loyalist, Speaker. When it's done by us as the ANC, hey, it's criminality at its best. When it's done by them, it's office bearer, it's staff in the public office bearer's office. Please, let's be fair to the processes. Why we are here as councillors is to serve at the behest of the residents of the city of Johannesburg. That's why we are here. And when there is wrong, Speaker, we must call it out. We thank the MMC Masuku for bringing this report and exposing the rot that has been happening in the city of Johannesburg. We thank you. May I call you Majesty? Thank you. You accepted. Thank you. You accepted. So, Speaker, we as the ANC move and support this report that we cut the hands and feet of cadre deployment and the payment of DA loyalists. The payment of DA loyalists. We thank you, Speaker. As I sit down, pantsing at DA, pantsy.
Thank you, Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Liebenberg.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Good evening, fellow councillors. Our Provincial Chair of Action SA, Funzi Ngubeni, and all the residents of Joburg. I rise on item 135. As Action SA, we note this report, but we do not agree with the review and the rescinding of the report. As nothing in politics is permanent, as we all know, and tomorrow the current political support staff may need ex gratia payments. However, as a party that stands for both ethical leadership and the rule of law as part of our core principles, our former MMCs would gladly subject themselves, and we would indeed recommend that the entire MACOM present themselves to the Ethics Committee, who can investigate this matter, and we ask that they then bring this report back to Council. We would, however, leave the House with the following question. Since the reports presented to MACOM are from the Office of the City Manager, how will this impact the then acting city managers who signed these reports? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Arnolds.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Councillor Phillips, the whip of the AIC, Councillor Mhlongo, the Mayor, Tapelo Ahmed, the first minority mayor in the city of Johannesburg. What an achievement. Speaker, this report reminds me of the 130 staff that we were told we tried to convert them illegally. And what the DA is doing is illegal in capital letters. The Mayoral Committee of the 17th of the first month, 2023, the multi-party government had profits
Councillor
in
Arnolds.
that Mayoral Committee.
Kindly take your seat. There is a hand. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise on a point of order based on the information just given now by Councillor Arnolds. This report today actually means that if it's passed, that the people she mentioned, the same has to appear with them because they were paid the same amount.
What is your
Thank you.
point of order? I didn't get your point of order, Councillor.
Speaker, what I'm saying is that the item we're dealing with currently, if it is carried, that means the people she's just mentioned, the same ex gratia
That's
payment
not the
made
point
to
of
them
order, Councillor.
carries the same
You
weight.
and I both know
Thank
that's
you.
not the point of order. Thank you. Councillor Arnolds, please proceed. Thank you.
Want jy is langer as ek, nou dink jy ken beter as ek. I was saying, Speaker, that the Mayoral Committee of the 17th of January 2023 had profits in that committee. But the profits did not direct them to take a legal decision. They were directed to take an illegal decision. And as this House, we cannot support something that is against the municipal staff regulations. They had two legal opinions advising them that they have no power to change the municipal staff regulations. And until such time that we are given a framework by Caucus or Salga, we cannot allow the city to pay people a 3-month salary. If regulation says 30 days, through you, Speaker, to the city manager, you only pay 30 days, because we cannot allow illegal things to happen here. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnolds. Councillor Mohapi.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. The multi-party government mandate has been clear from day one when they resumed the office. Their first task was to purge black people. Now they are giving their people money illegally. This report must be approved, and every cent spent illegally must be recovered from a previous MICOM DA. The regulations are clear that we cannot pay people over 3 months. The previous MICOM under DA took illegal decision and must be taken to ethics. We must all at material times abide by the rule of law, but we'll seek guidance on this matter and show our people benefit. DA has always been parading as king and queens of the rule of law, but have broken so many laws of their selfish interest, DA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mohapi. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I am Councillor Masuku, kodwa ke ndilimpondo mna. Ndingumanyawuza uthahla kandayeni. Ndintombi ehlamba ngobubende, amanzi ekhona. Mna ndingumzukulwana kathahla, abantwana begazi. If I were to translate, I am of royal blood, so I don't object to be called Your Majesty. I want to say, through you, Speaker, that the fact of the matter is, and I'm going to relate the points to also what Councillor Liedenberg raised. There were documents concealed. There were legal opinions concealed that were clearly articulating that the mayoral committee had no authority. Even the city manager does not have authority if there are regulations that clearly stipulate. So if on record, the then mayoral committee is saying they were not aware, it was the decision of the city manager alone, it therefore means, Councillor Liedenberg, your point and your question, structure in the city, then it means this council must have a specific resolution to deal with that. Because it definitely therefore means he was, according to what we are hearing now, a law unto himself. These regulations came into effect on the 1st of July 2022. I want to clearly put it, Speaker, because there was also a point of order raised here, which is a point of order that is actually raised on what former MMC Councillor Margaret was raising. The point about what the previous administration would have done, on the point Councillor Arnold was raising, that point, that decision was taken in March 2021. There were no municipal staff regulations promulgated at the time, not into effect. But this administration took a decision on the 17th of January, 9 days before we came to council for a motion of confidence to remove the then multi-party government. Therefore, it was done knowingly, it was done deliberately against what the law says we must do. I do want to say that, Councillor Liedenberg, you raise a critical point. And if you check the report from page 135.4, we do make provision for the point you are raising to say nobody will be in power forever. Therefore, we must not treat it as if other political office bearers will not need to approve ex gratia payments for their employees. That is why, if you read the recommendation, we are proposing that on recommendation 4, we be allowed to consult with Caucus, to consult with SALGA, so that we are also able to amend our talent acquisition policy to allow for that 3 months or whatever month. But we can't do that as the mayoral committee. The two legal opinions make it clear we have no authority. And SALGA framework approves that this council. Then this council must be the one that says you can therefore, as the mayoral committee, be delegated to do that. That is the right process. But we can't regularize an irregularity. It means then any city manager can just wake up and decide, yeah, I'm going to sign this amount and then, because that's what this is being said. Of which, because I was not part of that mayoral committee, I have no authority, but an investigation would have to be done and would have to understand how it happened. But the concealment, and I'm very concerned that through you, Speaker, Councillor, not a particular decision that was taken by the previous mayoral committee, but makes reference to only one legal opinion, because in the entire history of the multi-party government, you will see that that particular legal opinion always outcomes in favor of what they seek to think about. But the two legal opinions that they seeked and told that there is no authority, Councillor Leonard, this report is exposing those irregularities. I ask Council to approve this report, and there is no city manager in the city of...
Thank you, Councillor Masuko. Councillors, the recommendations. Can I call order, councillors? Councillors, can I call order? Thank you. The recommendations are on pages 135.5 to 135.6. Is the item agreed to? Let me put it to the House again. Is the item agreed to? Distinguish whether it's a yes or a no, so we will have to move to a show of hands. At this point, I would like to ask those in favor of the report to raise their hands. Thank you. Protocol.
This song lacks substance.
Thank you, councillors. You may put down your hands. Thank you, councillors. You may put down your hands. Thank you. At this point, can we get an indication of all those who are against? Thank you, councillors. You may lower your hands. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to request if there is any abstentions, kindly raise your hands. Thank you. You can lower your hands. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. The yeses, 168. The noes, 56. And abstentions, number of abstentions, 10. Therefore, the yeses have it. The item is carried. Thank you. Acting Secretary to Council. Councillor Christians? Councillors?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on Rule 84. May I continue?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance would like to record its dissent based on the following points. 1, there was misinformation.
No.
2, there was doctored minutes. And 3, this decision...
Councillor Christians, you have voted. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. Councillors, can I kindly call order? Can I call order? Thank you. Thank you. I have just informed Councillor Christians that there was a vote. And the result is that the yeses have it, therefore the item is carried. Thank you.
It's minuted. Yes, it does.
Acting Secretary to Council, can we proceed? Thank you. There is not a speaker on the floor, Councillor Renton. No, I'm not going to allow that. Acting Secretary to Council, can we proceed, please? Thank you. You have voted. Please, can we proceed? Thank you.
Councillors, we are moving to item 136 on the agency reports, which is a report on the re-establishment of the City of Johannesburg Disciplinary Board to investigate allegations of financial misconduct as prescribed in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act and municipal regulations on financial misconduct procedures and criminal proceedings.
Thank you. Councillor Palazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We live in interesting times indeed. Speaker, when you take over a broken city, you want to know what broke it. You want to know what was done to try fix it. You want to know what progress was made, and you want to know what you need to do to see this work through. That's, of course, assuming that work was done. Upon taking over the city of Johannesburg, the Joburg multi-party government found a city under siege. A well-coordinated, well-orchestrated city capture agenda was playing out in various departments of the city by a syndicate masquerading as civil servants. The Group Forensic and Investigation Services Unit was under attack by an administration seeking to render it unlawful. An administration that denied GFIS the requisite investigative capacity for cases to be successfully processed by prolonging and frustrating the procurement of the GFIS panel of service providers. This proving that procurement services were also captured to facilitate the syndicate's nefarious agenda. The finance department was riddled with corruption and maladministration, evidenced by an illegal payment request for a 320 million rand contract that completely bypassed the city's procurement processes, amongst other utterly bizarre payment requests. Speaker, do not get me started speaking about the JPC. From illegal dismissals of staff to illegal payments worth millions of rands, something had to be done to rescue this entity, which is the sole custodian of the city's property portfolio. In the Legal Services Department, we found a panel of legal service providers, among whom were functionaries of this syndicate. They would conveniently be appointed whenever a certain legal opinion was required by the syndicate. They would be briefed, and they would regurgitate their master's orders. We found reports of violation upon violation of the array of laws and regulations that govern the city's engagement with its human resources. An example of this was the completely unlawful conversion of 130+ official requests that they be retained and absorbed by the city's various departments and entities at a cost to the ratepayer of over 59 million rands per annum. We saw job descriptions altered. We saw job requirements lowered to facilitate a catered deployment gravy train that would see friends and family make millions from Joburg ratepayers for little to no effort. I could go on and on to elaborately narrate this movie that we've administration masquerading as servants of the people. But allow me, Speaker, to draw your focus to the report in front of us. In April 2021, Council approved the establishment of the Disciplinary Board, and in June 2021, it approved its composition, sanctioning its functions. Yet, in spite of these Council resolutions, the multi-party government in November 2021 inherited a dormant Disciplinary Board. This against the backdrop of a rampant culture of financial misconduct in different parts of the city. True to its disposition of repair and rebuild.
Councillor Palazzi, kindly take your seat. There's a hand. Please proceed, Councillor.
Speaker, it is illegal to speak in this house and project things that are untrue.
Councillor.
My point of order that I'm raising on is that Councillor Marada is saying that, yes, Councillor Marada, she's married to us. Yes. She's Councillor Marada. Can I just, I'm bringing the order.
Please, get to
she
the
says
point of
that
order.
masquerading, and that is a lie. Are you the speaker? Are you the speaker,
Councillor, if you are unable to raise your point of order...
So she must withdraw the word masquerading because she is very economical with the truth.
Councillor, that is not a clear point of order to withdraw the word masquerading. Please proceed, Councillor Palazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. True to its disposition of repair and rebuild, the multi-party government embarked on a benchmarking exercise with the City of Tshwane, City of Ekurhuleni, and City of Cape Town to establish best practice in the processing of financial misconduct cases and resuscitate Joburg's own financial misconduct board. Following this, several initiatives were embarked upon with the aim of finally addressing financial misconduct, a cancer in our system. A framework was developed, introducing improvements for ease of operationalization, and amongst these were the following. 3 out of 5 board members would be sourced from the external environment to make for greater independence, given the culture of corruption the city was still in the process of rooting out, and this was benchmarked against the City of Tshwane. Board members were recruited through an open recruitment process, ensuring fairness, transparency, and best quality candidates are appointed. A name change from Disciplinary Board to Financial Misconduct Board was approved and adopted by a council which understood the rationale, which is to clear any confusion wherein the board would be deemed responsible for investigating misconduct in general and not just financial misconduct. It is incorrect to suggest that this naming convention was unlawful. The structure as well as its functions remain the same. Terms of reference were revised to streamline and to fast-track the work of the Financial Misconduct Board. And to ensure the Financial Misconduct Board would be supported and become fully functional, it was to be included within group committees and group governance, and the requisite human capital would be made available for adequate secretariat support. Group governance would play the role of secretariat, governance support, facilitation of appointment processes, budgeting and processing of fee payments. To address the unhealthy contestation of space between the city's Group Forensic and Investigation Services Unit and its Group Risk and Assurance Services Unit, roles were clarified wherein the Financial Misconduct Board would refer cases of financial misconduct to GFIS for further investigation. This would exclude allegations made against GFIS and its employees, in which case the Group Legal and Contracts Panel of Service Providers would be called on to investigate. The members of the previous board all reported to the city manager, which presented a conflict of interest. Furthermore, the city manager did not take action or ensure that the board becomes functional. In all the months following the appointment of members, the board never met and the regulations were never implemented. It's important to mention that National Treasury was approached to advise in the multi-party government's Financial Misconduct Board establishment process, and the lack of implementation was raised by them as a serious concern. They further advised that the majority of board members may be external, even though the regulations did not expressly state so. Both the City of Cape Town and the City of Tshwane had followed that route on advice from National Treasury. It is untrue to suggest that delegations as approved by this council under the Joburg multi-party government were incorrect. National Treasury advised that it could be done, and both the City of Tshwane and the City of Cape Town have done it. Speaker, in summary, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the multi-party government's interpretation and application of legislation pertaining to the establishment of the Financial Misconduct Board, particularly in light of the consultation with National Treasury throughout the process. The multi-party government had made some headway in its implementation, with interviews being successfully conducted to attract and recruit legal and finance experts. The remaining leg of the process was the processing of possible internal candidates to ensure that qualified and experienced candidates who are above reproach are selected for the role. So what is happening now, Speaker, is completely unnecessary and is all part of the great undoing, the terrible sequel to the great capture of a broken city. The great undoing continues, Speaker. We've witnessed the overzealousness of the current government to rescind council decisions that were taken in the interest of good corporate governance. Civil servants that are not cooperative with the great capture are targeted. They're seen as obstacles and are purged to make way for malevolent cadres who are willing to facilitate the capture. Upstanding officials leading the fight against corruption, like the acting head of GFAS, Ms. Lizzie Ramakhale, the acting head of GCSS, Dr. Henny Labushkachny, and the acting head of Group Legal and Contract, Ms. Loshini Govender, have all been suspended for trumped-up charges. The list goes on, Speaker. We have seen enough, and our residents have seen enough. And the Democratic Alliance will not rest until justice is served to Joburg's enduring residents. Viva die viva!
Thank you, Councillor Palazzi. Councillor Rapadu.
Speaker, I think the reason why we are tabling this report is because we want to put an end to the dishonesty, and we want to put an end to the lack of consequence management that is there. That's why we are saying, Speaker, we move for the approval of the disciplinary report, because we are for good governance, and we want transparency and things to move accordingly. That is the reason why. It is this GLU government that is bringing this, not the other one sitting on the other side. It is us showing that we are serious about this. So we move for the adoption of this report. We don't want to waste time, because we want the disciplinary report to work so that there is proper consequence management on those officials that are not doing the right thing. That's what we want as this coalition government. So, Speaker, we move for the adoption and we support the document. We don't want to go for longer speech that won't assist us. They won't assist us. If they would say, and they were genuine about the assertion that they are raising right now, they would be supporting this document. They would be with us in making sure that there is good governance. But seemingly, Speaker, I heard an advocate for other people, not an advocate for the residents of the city of Johannesburg. They were speaking on behalf of other people. But I never in any instance, Speaker, heard that we must put the residents of the city first. That at least we have proper, fit, and able officials that will take the city forward. That's all we want. That's why we want a disciplinary report. We want it beefed up. We want it to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Nontenja.
Thank you, Speaker. I must start by thanking those who decided to remove that administration, because it seems as if going against the law runs in your bloodstreams. How can you change? How can you change something that is legislated and come up with a name that you decide, I'm thumb sucking. This is the name that we're gonna give this baby. It is legislated. It's not something that you thumb suck and wake up and say, I'm gonna put it in place. We are late, more than late, as the city of Johannesburg. MPEC has been defending all along This law came out in 2014. We are now re-establishing what you de-established when you came into power, without looking at saying, is it legislated or not? It is legislated. When you talk about GIFIS, GIFIS is the unit of the city that is not legislated, and the two don't do the same job. So we are crying every day. There is nobody who's holding the officials accountable, because there is no disciplinary board in our city. When there is financial misconduct, there is no one who's going to take care of that. It is legislated. The National Treasury, we had to keep on saying, we even invited them to come and address our councillors to say, what is this disciplinary board? Then you thumbs up and wake up and you say you are saving the city. You are not saving the city, because that is legislated. So you cannot keep on changing the same way that you did with the staff payments, that you decide that you're going to give whatever the regulation says. This administration will decide otherwise. Speaker, on behalf of the minority parties, we are moving for the adoption of this report. We support it fully. It's overdue, long overdue, that we don't have a disciplinary board in this. And everything that is in this report, we have looked at it, some of us, because we know what the legislation says, and it is according to the legislation, not the thumb sucking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nontenja. Councillor Ntombela.
Thanks. Good evening, Acting Speaker, Whip of Council, Executive Mayor, and the other esteemed members of Council. A special good evening to the Action SA Provincial Chairperson and Caucus Leader Funzi Ngubeni, councillors and officials. Speaking on item 136, Action SA supports the item.
Apologies, Councillor, to interrupt you. Could you kindly just draw the mic closer to, so that you are better audible? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Action SA supports the item, as we're in favor of a body being established within the city of Johannesburg to investigate the financial misconduct. Whether such a body is called a financial misconduct board, a mere disciplinary board, the work that will be done and the outcome will still align. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ntombela. Councillor Serrani.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF caucus led by our chairperson, Vitas Petel Rasurute, our chief whip, Councillor Mohapi, and greetings to fellow councillors in the chamber. Thank you, Speaker. We as EFF, we are motivated by our pillar number 7, which speaks about open and accountable, corrupt-free government and society without fear or favor of victimization by the state agencies. Also, pillar number 3 of the EFF that speaks about building state and government capacity. The COJ has failed audit due to untruthful and wasted expenditure, failing to collect revenues by the departments, and yet there is no consequences management in all the departments within the financial misconduct. Following the EFF motion on untruthful and wasteful expenditure in this council. Speaker, let me just remind the DA that we know that in the absence of lions, even monkeys convene meetings in the jungle. We as EFF Caucus, we move to the legislated name of disciplinary board than the one that they gave us. We therefore move with the terms of references in the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Serrane. MMC Masuko.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, I think it's important that colleagues actually read the report correctly. And I like the word Councillor Nontenja is using, that we must never just seek to do things and thumbsuck. The National Treasury was very clear how we must formulate a disciplinary board to investigate financial misconduct. In fact, National Treasury went further and issued Circular 75 that talks to the establishment of a disciplinary board to investigate allegations of misconduct. And therefore, what we would have done, and we cautioned on this in May 2022 when we were sitting that side, that this is actually illegal. And MPEC at that time also felt that what we were doing was wrong. But who are we? Because people did wrong things because of the arrogance of numbers. But the arrogance of numbers must never supersede the law. The arrogance of numbers must never supersede what is legislated. Even if you don't support the national government, at least respect the rule of law of South Africa, because you're South Africans first before you look at who is leading South Africa or who comes from a particular part. I do want to say that, Mr. Speaker, through you, I'm very much disappointed about the use of the language, a syndicate of officials masquerading as public servants. These are people who went to school, professionals who serve this city. These are professionals who don't sleep, work day and night to serve the residents of this city. These are officials who, by the way, when they are coerced into taking wrong decisions, as earlier on, MMC Finance indicated that at least now officials are free to think. People are called masquerading because they refuse to do illegal things as requested by the then government. I do want to say that, Speaker, there was an assertion of job descriptions being changed under a particular department. The councillor should have reported that. Why did she conceal it? She should have reported if there were such actions. Then if such happened, then Jiffy's the one that the councillor spoke to so highly about, and the acting people, who some of them there are librarians but are legalized to investigate people who even have higher qualifications than them, then some of those people should have investigated those kind of job descriptions that were changed. Why must it come here ex per facto? Why has the councillor not followed up? She's actually reelecting her own responsibilities. She must follow up and check why those were changed, and it must be noted.
Councillor Masuku. Thank you.
Speaker, the councillor must not mislead.
Kindly please allow me to grant you permission to speak. Thank you. You may speak now. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the councillor must not mislead the House. I never said that cases were not reported. In fact, cases were reported and they were brought to this House.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Masuku, you may proceed.
Also, through you, Speaker, if the councillor says National Treasury supported the unlawful formulation of the Financial Misconduct Board, then there's something that we need to clear, because we have correspondence from National Treasury asking us to finalize the disciplinary board before the end of May this year. So I'm not sure who gave them the permission, but the National Treasury that we are dealing with has made sure that we conclude and follow up. Lastly, I do want to say that these recommendations, you know, and it's no different to the previous report we dealt with, because mayoral committees, we must always remember that when you are there as members of the mayoral committee, everything that you do, it's work that you do to assist the executive mayor. So even if you read the minutes of the mayoral committee, it says meeting of the mayoral committee of the executive assisted by members of the mayoral committee. Because council delegates to the executive mayor. The executive mayor then has MMCs who assist him or her. I do want to say, Acting Speaker, I feel pity for the former mayor, Councillor Palazzi, because she was misled, ill-advised, and it's not fair on her. And I hope that it will never happen again that Councillor Leah not misleads Councillor Palazzi, because she's quite a nice lady.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 136.10 to 136.11. Is the item agreed to? The yeses clearly have it. Thank you. Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Speaker. Please note the DA's dissent on the report. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
We move to item 137, which is a request for approval.
Councillor De Lange?
Thank you, Speaker. Please note for the record the Freedom Front's abstention due to the lack of information. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. We note the abstention of the Freedom Front. Plus?
Item 37 is a request for approval to extend the contract in respect of supply, delivery, and offloading of swimming pool chemicals, reference to contract 585/19.
Thank you, Acting Secretary to Council. Councillor Johnson?
Greetings, Acting Speaker, Honorable Mayor, Actionist A Leader, Caucus Leader and Provincial Chairperson, FAB 44, colleagues, guests, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Johannesburg. I rise to speak on the urgency reports item 137, request for approval to extend the contract in respect of supply, delivery, and offloading of swimming pool chemicals. Acting Speaker, there's a tendency of city officials to leave contracts to last minute instead of engaging terms of renewal, timelessly resulting in services being negatively impacted. As a council, we need to put our foot down and hold people accountable to delivering continuous, uninterrupted services to our residents. If you look at our public swimming pools, for example, repairs and maintenance are not happening. There's a shortage of staff. Pools are never ready for public use, and now we're being required as council to deal with the issue of chemicals, an absolute basic in swimming pool maintenance. Acting Speaker, how do we run out of chemicals? How does this become an emergency when public pools operate seasonally? As Action SA, we reject this motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mazibuko?
Thank you for this opportunity, Acting Speaker. In the first instance, Speaker, we are in support of this item, precisely because service delivery to our people must continue, and our people must equally continue enjoying the swimming pool in their respective communities. However, the concern that we have is that this item has never been tabled in our Section 79, and we were denied of the opportunity to further interrogate this report. We trust that this very precedence that has been created will not continue any further. The second concern is that that the process prescribed in terms of the Section 33 of the MFMA, which deals with the situation where a contract entered into imposes obligations beyond the 3 years covered in the annual budget, has not met. This includes soliciting views from National Treasury, Provincial Treasury, and Caucus. Our worry is that in the body of the report, that part has not been covered, and most importantly, we also looking forward for a comprehensive report to be tabled in Section 79, which of course will then include the views from National Treasury, Provincial Treasury, and Caucus. So in principle, we do actually support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I note your hand, Councillor from the Freedom Front Plus.
Sorry, Speaker, as a member of the Section 79, could this item please be referred back to the Section 79 after the council meeting, please?
From my understanding, reports comes to council as the highest decision-making body. Why would we want to then send it back to Section 79? Maybe if you could motivate.
Okay, as a Section 79, we're entitled to know why this was so late and why it was submitted at the last minute. It did not go to Section 79, so we haven't had time to interrogate it from a oversight level.
Thank you, Councillor. The MMC will conclude on a response to you, and if he's comfortable with that, we will then also allow for it to go back to the Section 79 committee for information. Is that okay with you, Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Rapadu? Oh. Councillor Dladla?
Thank you, Speaker. We appreciate that this report is an agency report. That is number one. Ngizothatha lethuba, Speaker, ngibingelele ubuholi be-EFF Caucus la ngaphakathi buhola phambili ushemeni wethu umholi we-Caucus uSpetlele Rasirute nosotswebhu wethu uThabisa Muhapi, MMC Tswaku, amakhansela wonke we-EFF ne-GLU. Acting Speaker, this department ibuya ebunzimeni. It is under attack and it must be fixed. We must zoom into the department, in particular the repairs and maintenance arm. We must check properly if those tasked with the responsibility to maintain our pools are doing their work. That these chemicals are not just kept in storerooms when the pools are dysfunctional and dirty, as has been the case. That our pools remain blue and that we minimize the chance of our people getting infected in them. That the companies that are supplying these chemicals to the department must be transformed and must display proper demographics of the country. For the contract that is already on site, a year extension won't kill anyone. The EFF therefore...
Thank you, Councillor Dladla.
Greetings, Speaker. In response, Speaker, the delegation of council does allow for this kind of report to move from MACOM to the council. I do not have a problem with the report going to Section 79 afterwards for the information. That is fine. Speaker, we are in this situation because of the multi-party government failures. The process was kick-started in March 2022. It would therefore not be fair to blame officials for the fact that now we must have this report as an agency report, when they were proactive enough to start the process on the 13th of March 2022. But because of failures from the then government, we are in this situation. I therefore request Council to approve this report, because it will not be fair on our residents for them to have pools that are green, because we as this government have failed to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 137.4 to 137.5. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. Councillors, we are Councillor De Lange, I note your hand, followed by Councillor Cotiers.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. May we please have a comfort break before we start with the motions? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cotiers.
Speaker, please note the dissent from Action SA.
The dissent from Action SA is noted. Councillor De Lange, I will accede to your request for a comfort break for 10 minutes because I was just about to propose the same. We will adjourn for 10 minutes and then we will come back and deal with the motions. Just a comfort break. Thank you. Councillors, can we kindly be back at 7:05? 7:05. If we can try to strictly adhere, thank you. Yes, councillors, before we move, I've just received word from the Whip of Council. Thank you, councillors. Before we move, I've just received word from the Whip of Council that there is a finger something going on in the kitchen. Maybe we can grab that while we are on a comfort break. Thank you.
reach out to you, Sotokamani.
Thank you, councillors. Can we get settled into our seats? Thank you. Councillors in the back, kindly take your seats. We're about to proceed. Thank you. Acting Speaker to Council. Apologies, that was Acting Secretary to Council. Thank you.
Councillors, we are now on motions. And the first motion is naming of streets in Orange Farm, Extension 3.
Councillor Hlahla. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Hlahla, you may proceed.
Thanks, Acting Speaker. Sengbingelele, indlu yonke, including our leadership, Caucus leadership here. I, Councillor Dumisani Hlahla of the EFF, hereby proposes a motion, rules and orders of the council, noting that in Orange Farm Extension 3, the streets are without names. House numbers are also a problem in some instances. Two houses have identical numbers and there are no further identifiers such as street names to differentiate the two houses. The situation makes it difficult for the residents to receive services timeously when they have reported for municipal assistance on issues such as sewer blockages or even emergencies such as access to ambulances. This issue makes them make online purchases and so on. Lack of the street names further exacerbates the isolation of Orange Farm community and affirms their exclusion to the idea of corridors of freedom. Believing that the municipal planning bylaw of 2016 states that if, as a result of approval of a land development application, the streets or roads are created, whether public or private, the city, underlining this one, the city must approve the naming of the street and must allocate a street number for each of every earth or land units located in such a street or road. As the EFF would therefore recommend the City of Johannesburg Council to, number one, name and register The naming of the streets should be done in line with the South African Geographical Names Council Act, the City of Johannesburg. All processes, including public participation, should be followed when naming the streets. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hlatla. Councillors, is the motion agreed to? Thank you. Acting Secretary to Council.
We move to motion 2, which is replacement of Mahatma Gandhi's statue with that of Mama Winnie Mandela.
Councillor Raserute.
Ngiyabonga Somlo. I stand before this council to categorically withdraw the motion. Thank you very much.
You are proper.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, the motion is categorically withdrawn. Thank you.
Speaker.
I note a hand. Councillor Courtiers.
Thank you, Speaker. If you can, please, if the House can please indulge me. Motion number 13. We have a slight problem with one of our, or the proposer of the motion that needs to get home for medical attention.
Councillor Courtiers, normally in instances where the proposer is not here, the second tables, however, to elevate it, I will then have to put it to the House. Councillors, can we elevate item motion 13? Thank you. The motion is elevated.
Thank you, Speaker.
Motion 13. Motion recommending the City of Johannesburg Council.
Good evening, Speaker. Thank you very much, councillors, for agreeing to elevate this motion. I, Councillor Genevieve Durant, hereby table the following motion in terms of Standing Rule 89(2)B of the Standing Rules and Order of Council to conduct a feasibility study on having a properly equipped medical response units at every fire station in Johannesburg. Noting that many people die waiting for a provincial ambulance to arrive, not being able to afford the cost of a private and quicker response service. In line with the white paper on fire services Gazette states, Section 7.1 states that in terms of the Constitution, a municipality must strive within its financial administrative capacity to achieve the objects outlined hereunder. Provide a democratic and accountable government for local communities, to ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, to promote social and economic development, to promote a safe and healthy environment, and to encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in the matters of local government. In addition, Section 7.2 further outlines upskilling, facilitation and coordination of the training and development of practitioners, facilitation of the implementation of standard municipal bylaws, protecting of life and property, rescue of life and property. They have to have the correct PPE, rendering of emergency medical care, subject to the provisions of the Health Act 1977, Act number 63 of 1977. As Action SA, in line with servicing the residents of Johannesburg, we believe and note that rendering early emergency care is an essential part of the fire brigade service and will ensure quicker access medical care for the public, being able to triage and treat faster than they're currently able to do so. Further, having a medical response unit at all fire stations will ultimately ensure effective service delivery to the residents of the City of Johannesburg. Mr. Mayor, Acting Speaker, fellow councillors, distinguished guests, and most importantly, fellow citizens of the City of Johannesburg, all protocol observed. I stand before you today, not only as a member of this council, a member of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee for the City of Johannesburg, but also as a wife, a mother, and thankfully, a trained paramedic. Under this pretext, I come to you with a missive of hope, and more importantly, a plea for change. Change that is so desperately needed. A change that could potentially save countless lives and transform the way that we as a community respond to medical emergencies. On Tuesday night, my husband suffered a sudden heart attack. As a trained paramedic, I knew that every second was critical for his survival. Fortunately, my family, I have access to private medical aid and private vehicle to transport him to the hospital. With the help of skilled professionals and timely intervention, my husband thankfully survived. And today, his truth, which is prevailing in our fair city, and that not everyone in our city is as fortunate as my family, or in fact, many of yours. Many residents of the City of Johannesburg lack or do not have access to all medical aid to emergency response, a personal vehicle, or even nearby hospitals, in times when such critical care is most needed. In times of medical emergency, seconds can mean the difference between life and death. This is the harsh reality that many, if not majority, of families in our cities face. And it is a reality that we as a community have the power and the responsibility to change. Therefore, I am advocating for the feasibility study to establish a medical response unit for all fire stations who have qualified paramedics that are currently not utilized to their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we move, I just would like to indicate that councillors that are proposers of motions, please can we table the motion and not really create a speech unless we are closing on the item. When we ask for the proposer to propose the motion, that is what we expect the proposer to do. But thank you, Councillor. Is the motion agreed to, councillors? Noted. We shall now open up for debate. Councillor Coverdale.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Before we can even put the question to the House, we should ask, the motion should be seconded.
Councillor, I did not ask you to explain to me what needs to be done. I've asked you to second on the motion. You are the seconder. Kindly just do that, please. I am presiding.
Thank you, Speaker.
Misunderstanding.
I, Councillor Delano Landry, Theodore Coverdale, hereby second the motion in terms of Standing Rule 89(2)(b) of the Standing Rules and Order of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Finn.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Good day, Acting Speaker, Whip of Council, Mr. Mayor, MMCs, and fellow councillors. The provision of emergency medical services was provided by the city for many years on behalf of the Gauteng province. At the height of the city's operation, approximately 70 ambulances were in service, only dealing with primary calls. Gauteng EMS, on the other hand, now has approximately 60 ambulances in the city servicing both primary calls and inter-facility transfers. At the end of 2019, the SLA between the city and province was ended by Gauteng province. This sudden change led to uncertainty and created a void in our communities. The city's 30 fire stations were well located and helped to reduce response times. In comparison, Gauteng EMS has 16 stations in the city at this stage, and some stations have extremely large geographical areas to cover, which leads to unnecessary delays. Whilst progress has been made by the province, it is still far from ideal. Waiting times can range anywhere between 15 minutes and 6 hours, depending on how busy they are and what resources are available. This situation speaks to the major issue affecting emergency medical services across our country, which is the severe lack of suitably qualified practitioners to meet the recently enacted EMS regulations, which requires a minimum of at least one ILS or ECA practitioner on every ambulance. We are fortunate that within the city of Joburg, there are approximately 270 operational ILS practitioners and 20 advanced life support practitioners, with the rest of the operational staff being mostly BLS qualified. It is almost unthinkable that on the backdrop of a national shortage of paramedics, that the city continues to ground the many dedicated practitioners in our employ. On the issue of fleet, in 2019, the then coalition government, with Councillor Michelson as MMC for Public Safety, procured more than 40 new ambulances. These ambulances have relatively low mileage and largely comply with the new regulations. They currently stand in storage. This places the city in a unique position to have both the expertise and vehicles available to be able to provide an ambulance service to our communities. In recent years, we have heard concerns that the provision of ambulance services is an unfunded mandate for local government. This is true. However, the opportunity for the city to earn income from servicing calls which are eligible for WCA, RAF and medical aid claims has been ignored. The provincial EMS has successfully used these mechanisms to help fund their service, and we can certainly do the same. Whilst creating income is not the primary objective of reintroducing ambulance services, we must understand that the current economic climate requires the service to be financially sustainable. The city would also be able to make use of our own emergency medical services for medical standby at city events, such as council, saving a significant amount of money currently being paid to private service providers. The DA has always been in support of decentralizing government services and moving them as close to the people as possible. This is especially applicable with public safety, where a trust relationship needs to be fostered between communities and the men and women in uniform. Given the complexities we face in the city, I do, however, believe it should not be an either-or debate, but rather both. Both the City of Joburg EMS and Gauteng EMS should be providing EMS services to the residents of this great city. I would also like to strongly suggest that in addition to establishing our own ambulance service again, that the city reaches out to the Gauteng EMS and finds ways of working together. Gauteng EMS has previously requested space within of the city's fire stations to base closer to communities, and this was unfortunately declined by the city due to unknown reasons.
30 seconds.
It is now the third year that the city's paramedics have not been able to practice their passion. They are frustrated and demotivated. My humble appeal is that the feasibility study is urgently undertaken and that ultimately the EMS licensing process is kick-started. Mr. Speaker, the DA supports this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Finn. MMC Twako.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the party leader, Fathers Betlele, and the caucus of the EFF and the partners here. I don't need any feasibility report. I don't need it. We have a report already. It will be presented in this council. We have a budget that we've actually put in. We've got 50 ambulances. Once this, that report has been passed by this council, we'll be able to to get those ambulances. Manje, namhlanje. These things of the feasibility of a feasibility of a feasibility, I don't work like that. I don't know why you have to look in the ambulances. You don't do those things. Now, ambulance, they are there. You need a license. And then what you do is a very simple economics that you say that how much is going to be the petrol and all those kind of the operation costs. We've got the people who are going to be driving those ambulances already. They've been saying, MMC, please, we are ready. Give us those ambulances. All we need is a license. There's a report, we're going to pass it in, and that's it. Why the feasibility report? It doesn't make sense, Deputy Speaker. So Tina, asebenzi njalo Tina. Into mayenzeke manje namhlanje. So there's no need of the feasibility report. We are going to pass. We have the report already. It's prepared. Just needs to go to the councillor, sifumane the license. And I think that the MMC, the MEC, provincially, they actually, like our idea that we must, get that license. So we'll get the license. There's no need for this frivolous report of the feasibility report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC Twako.
You shall refute.
Councillor Durant. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Durant, can you close the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, request the council to consider this motion for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, councillors, we move to voting. I will now put it to those in favor of the motion. Kindly raise your hands. Councillors, you can lower your hands. Okay. I now call on those against the motion. Those against the motion. Thank you, councillors. You may lower your hands. At this point, you may lower your hands. Thank you, councillors. At this point, I'd like to call on those who are abstaining. Any abstentions? None. Thank you, councillors. The results are as follows. Those in favor of the motion, 106. Those against the motion, 127. And 0 abstentions. The motion is defeated. Thank you. Councillors, just a humble request. We've just got word from IT that when we are voting, there are some councillors that lean on the microphone in this way but apply pressure to the mic, causing damage to the stand. Please, can we refrain from leaning our body pressure onto the mic? That would be appreciated. Thank you.
On motion 3, it's eradication of the bucket toilet system.
Councillor Munyai.
Good evening, Speaker. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to greet our upcoming Premier of Gauteng, Funzingobeni in waiting. The message is clear. Speaker, can you please protect me, Speaker?
You're protected. Please proceed, councillors.
Yeah, let me repeat again that I would like to greet our upcoming Premier in waiting, come 2024 of Action SA. I, Councillor Vengani Munyai, hereby table the following motion in terms of Standing Rule 89(2)B to make a recommendation to the executive to develop a citywide bucket toilet eradication plan within all formalized informal settlement that currently utilize bucket toilet system. Noting that, Speaker, Action SA will act to ensure that a social justice-centric agenda and a pro-poor governance agenda are not mutually exclusive. We as Action SA will continue ensuring that the most vulnerable in our society, who are often forgotten, also live in dignity. Believing that, Speaker, it is disheartening and inhumane that 29 years later, since the formation of democratic government, residents in the formalized informal settlement within the city of Johannesburg are still subjected to using the bucket toilet system with no water for residents to wash their hands in the observance of good hygiene principles. And other community members are subjected to having to use a field or bushes to relieve themselves. Therefore, Council resolved that requires the executive within the financial year of 2022-2023, initiate the process of restoring the dignity of our residents in all formalized informal settlement. Number one, by developing a city-wide bucket toilet eradication plan within 60 days, with the main objective to eradicate all bucket toilet within formalized informal settlement. Number two, this should including reviewing the unsustainable bucket toilet servicing system and redirect the budget towards the installation of flushing toilet. Just for your information, Speaker, in this financial year only, the contracted service providers will be costing City of Johannesburg more than 60 million just to service more than 11,000 chemical toilets across the city. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Munyai. Councillors, is the motion agreed to? We shall then now open for debate. Call on the seconder, Councillor Mashala.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Komuto Mashala, hereby second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, MMC Squila.
Thanks, Speaker. Afternoon to you, Acting Speaker. Afternoon to the leader of the Caucus of the ANC, Councillor Dada Murero, Executive Mayor Tabel in absentia, all councillors of the ANC and progressive coalition partners. Speaker, the city of Johannesburg doesn't have a bucket toilet system in place. Johannesburg Water does, however, provide chemical toilets to informal settlement that have been covered yet by basic sanitation service, which consist of VIP toilet or communal pollution facilities. Informal settlement that have been covered by basic services are settlement which are temporary and awaiting formalization, settlement developed within flat lines that need to be moved, 3, land invasion where settlement are illegal or private properties. Eradication of chemical toilet are dependent on the formalization of this informal settlement. However, funding availability is problematic in that historically there were less than 200,000 households which resided in informal settlement, but this figure has increased drastically to just less than 460,000 households. 460,000 households. So, but Speaker, because there is a formalization of the adoption of the formalization of informal settlement, we view that this motion really is not necessary. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Munyai, can you close?
Sabotaging me now. Thanks, Speaker. Listening to the remarks of the MMC, who's responsible on restoring the dignity of our people, I feel sorry for our resident of Johannesburg that we got the MMC for ESD who doesn't understand his role. MMC, just to take you back, if you can go to Cliptown, Cliptown informal settlement is one of the formalized settlements that our people, they are still subjected to the same bucket toilet that we're talking about. But today, MMC, I understand that you are now playing the man, not the ball.
Councillor Munyai, can you kindly speak through the acting speaker and not address the MMC directly? Thank you.
But I thought like the MMC was also addressing.
Can you kindly speak through the speaker? That's according to the House rules. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, acting speaker. But as I've said before, that it seems like the MMC is playing the man, not the ball. If I can tell you, there is a certain political party who went and took the same motion here. They took it to the programming. Unfortunately, that motion was kicked out. So let us watch the space, MMC. The same motion will be brought here in the next council. So I hope you will reject it. I will request the...
Councillors, thank you, councillors. Can I call order? Councillor, thank you.
Speaker, acting speaker, can you please protect me?
I've just done that. Please proceed.
Okay.
So you can conclude.
I didn't mention which political party, but hence I'm asking to the MMC, who's saying that we don't need this motion. I'm saying to you, in confidence, that in the next council meeting, you will see the same motion. The question that I'm asking here, will the...
Councillors from the EFF caucus, can I kindly call order? Thank you. Councillor, you've got 11 seconds. Please conclude.
But Speaker, you failed to protect me from the...
I've just done that. Councillor, please conclude. You've got 11 seconds.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. I request all the councillors to support this motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Munyai. Councillors, we move to voting. Order, councillors. Councillors from the EFF caucus, can I humbly request that we maintain order for the sake of progress? Thank you so much. We now move to voting. Those in favor of the motion, kindly raise your hands, please. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can lower your hands. Thank you. Councillors, you can lower your hands. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, those against the motion, kindly raise your hands. Thank you.
We're leading you.
We know when children are drowning, we know who's responsible. When our kids are drowning in those bucket toilets, we know who's responsible. We know who's responsible. It is recorded. The Polokwane project. Reloaded.
I'm busy as
Polokwane
well.
project reloaded. Our kids in bucket toilets.
What is the motion called?
Evidence.
Yes, I'm busy, I'm busy. Where's number 4?
Thank you, councillors. You can lower your hands. Thank you. Can lower your hands. Thank you. At the back there, lower your hands. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to ask if there's any abstentions. None. Thank you.
So I'm saying the ANC and the board has voted this move shows the residents of quoting this. Oh, okay. And then I'm putting a photo. Is that okay? Oh, that's great. That's a great idea. I want to do that as well. Yes.
Councillors, the results are as follows. Those in favor of the motion, 106. Those against the motion, 127, and 0 abstentions. The motion is defeated. Thank you. Councillors, can we just check there is a mic that is on? Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Please, can you check there is a mic that is on? Can you kindly switch that mic off so that we can proceed? Thank you.
Councillors, we are on motion 4, which is a feasibility study into the surfacing of roads in Elias Motsoaledi, Ward 24.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Thabisa Mogapi, propose a motion in terms of Rule 94(1) of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council, noting that the recent floods around Johannesburg wreaked havoc around the city. Poor neighborhoods are usually severely affected by the natural disaster than compared with the richer neighborhoods due to the difference in the infrastructure provided. Elias Motsoaledi in Ward 24 is amongst the poor neighborhoods which are badly affected by the recent floods. Roads infrastructure is badly damaged, and the damage negatively affected how the resident commute and access emergency services such as ambulance. Section 27 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa states, everyone has the right to access to health care service, including productive health care, sufficient food and water, social security, including, if they are unable to support themselves and their dependents, appropriate social assistance. Believing that, as argued by the Human Science Research Council, key to disaster risk reduction is driving down prevailing vulnerability conduction through ongoing development programs, rather than mounting a major response only once crisis has struck. Providing appropriate road infrastructure in Elias Motsoaledi will minimize the effects of natural disasters, such as into the surfacing of all roads in Elias Motsoaledi in Ward 24. In surfacing of the roads in Elias Motsoaledi is feasible, the city should make resources available for surfacing those roads during the 2023-2024 financial year. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mogapi. Councillors, is the motion agreed to? Thank you.
We are now on motion 5, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg.
Councillor Nonkumbi.
All of them, including the forces of the left that are here in this house. I greet you all. Let me start by saying, Comrade Speaker, I'll start opening my mouth by quoting Nelson Mandela when he said,
Councillor,
after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to...
Councillor Nonkumbi, you've just addressed me as Comrade Speaker. Can we kindly rectify that one?
I withdraw on that one.
Thank you.
Yes, and apologies, Speaker.
Thank you so much.
Let me start with my quote by saying, from Nelson Mandela, by the way, after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb, close quote. I think if DA administration, they do understand that, they will learn a lot from this. Let me close this quote. I, Ian Mzokolo Nonkumbi, pushing a motion of no confidence, of vote of no confidence, against the chair of GOD, Nelly Delwaria, Councillor Nelly Delwaria. The reasons for that the chairperson of the committee has failed to advocate and safeguard the interests of this committee. And as the result of that, Section 79, Committee of GOT, has some resolutions that were taken, with some of them the previous administration is aware of, but none of those have been done, nothing that was done by the previous leadership. Therefore, because of that, she should be removed to be the chairperson of this committee. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nonkumbi. Councillors, is the motion agreed to? Thank you. We shall now open for debate. Councillor Nofemela, sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, the Mayoral Committee, the leader of the ANC Caucus, the ANC Caucus, and fellow councillors. I, Councillor Noguthula Nofemela, second a motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the GOD committee, Councillor Nakita Delwaria. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bini.
Thank you so much, Speaker of the Council, fellow councillors, residents of the city of Johannesburg, to our provincial leader, Mr. Richard Funzingobeni. I greet you all in the name of the Action SA Fabulous 44. Speaker, we as the Action SA, we do not support this motion. The GOT committee under the leadership of Councillor Delwaria ensure that the official of this committee respect the committee and work hard to make sure that we receive the reports on time from the officials. Yes. This committee had its threat plan on time and it was fruitful. And so far we have implemented some of the resolutions. Thereof, Councillor Delwaria, you lead this committee with pride, dignity, and lots of respect. I would also like this council to pay a special attention to Councillor Rabadu's speech on gender equity that he made on the previous council meetings. So, Speaker, Tina ke si action say angeke like Speaker size apha ke councillor sizo supporta emotion of no confidence against ama female councillors. Ezizane ANC, including e-offspring zabo EFF. So Tina si action says si support the motion. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Bini. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Yogurt. Councillor Haggett. Oh, Haggett, yes.
Good evening, Acting Speaker, colleagues, all protocols observed. The GOD Committee stands for and serves the most vulnerable in our society. Therefore, at her first sitting as chairperson, Councillor Delwaria requested and emphasized that the party politics be put aside, and her actions and achievements as chairperson show that she achieved this. Departments are taking this committee seriously. For the first time since its inception, this is entirely due to Councillor Delwaria and the confidence she inspires in both councillors and officials. The GOD committee, led by Councillor Del Waria, has in the last year achieved the following. Sensitization training for all frontline workers in the city has been prioritized. This sensitization includes issues of gender-based violence, sex workers, and the LGBTIQA and plus community, disability awareness, and sexual harassment. These workshops are now taking place monthly. Disability has been redefined and recognized in the Employment Equity and Transformation Office. The City of Johannesburg now defines over 4 themes and 21 different types of disability. Departments have undertaken a redeclaration of disability through an education drive with every department and all its entities, working towards moving the needle on employment equity compliance. The COJ is now on its way to expert recruiting and absorption and accommodation of people with disabilities. The GOD committee will be undergoing a sign language training to become proficient in our engagements with people with disability. GOD has advocated for the training of frontline workers to be proficient in sign language as well. The GOD committee has committed to pushing each department and its entities to achieve the 2% disability quota and then going forward to the provincial 7% target. A motion was approved in this House to support a feasibility study around creating a safe space for mothers so they didn't have to choose between their career and their family in this council. We consider, as a committee, oversight a vital component, and this is driven by Councillor Del Waria. Our visits include disability accessibility in the Metro Centre and other city-owned and leased buildings. The Rea Via bus system test to test the safety of passengers and the accessibility for persons with disabilities. Homeless shelters to ensure the most vulnerable groups of people are safe, fed and well looked after. The committee visited the transgender and sex worker clinic in Hillbrow, offering guidance and collaboration for the well-being of sex workers and their families. The committee brought back the long-standing KPI on sex workers who are residents of the City of Johannesburg. This KPI will ensure that sex workers are protected, given access to proper healthcare and rehabilitation, help with home affairs, and have access to the very basics therein. The committee has mandated JPC to ensure that all city-owned and leased buildings are universally designed rather than just universally accessible. The committee has moved from observing the 16 days of activism to 365 days of activism against gender-based violence and femicide. This should be every day and not just 1 month of the year. Through engagements with public safety, GOD has overseen the increased absorption of people with disabilities within the department. Public safety now also employs the most women of any other department. Furthermore, it's been recommended that at least 1 female officer be deployed to address incidences of gender-based violence and femicide. The GOD committee has been investigating and remedying the increasing issue of mothers and children who beg on street corners. Has recommended that each department recruit a GOD specialist to deal with all issues regarding women, youth, persons with disabilities, and the LGBTIQA plus community. The committee has recommended that the COJ municipality insist on gender-responsive budgeting processes going forward. The GOD committee as a whole underwent a rigorous sensitization training so we can instill inclusivity through respect and understanding. Has created a specific template for minimum requirements for universal design over universal accessibility for Johannesburg Properties Company. It's working with early childhood development to ensure compliance costs are streamlined, keeping more children in school, therefore preparing them for intake into formal education. Has encouraged the Human Settlements Department to ensure the safety of women and girls in hostels, specifically the Helen Joseph Hostel in Alex. and is mandating the Human Settlements Department to be inclusive of PWD in design and building of homes. At present, the committee is re-advocating to have an MMC designated to GOD, since the lack of such a position has and continues to be a major stumbling block. MMCs head and lead specific departments towards success. Yet without a member in charge since inception, GOD has continued to oversee 12 departments and all its entities. It is a testament to Councillor Delwaria's leadership, what has been achieved in spite of this. We as the Democratic Alliance fervently oppose this baseless motion, for the people of Johannesburg will be poorer should it succeed. Every one of us knows someone who is disabled, has suffered from sexual abuse, from discrimination, or suffers from mental health issues. We owe it to the employees and the residents of this great city to give them the best service we can, and that service is currently happening under Councillor Delwaria's leadership. Councillor Delwaria, I'm sure this committee will echo these sentiments. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve on the Section 79 GOD committee under your leadership. We thank you, and the people of Johannesburg thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haggart. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Nonkumbi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. When we started this journey, we had no one except our conviction. It was our conviction that gave us courage and strength so that we can be where we are today. Therefore, looking at what the committee have achieved, specifically under the previous leadership, you can look at the reports from economic development until up to housing. The stats speak volume about how many successes do we have. Let's speak about programs that seek to speak to people that are living with disability. In the city of Johannesburg, under the same committee, this youth, led by Councillor Delwaria. So the failure of DA have compromised even herself in this situation. And unfortunately, there is no one that's going to save her on this one. In closing, Speaker, I would like to say at least she has served in that committee for 10 years. And it's time that she have to share the baton and give it to somebody else. So by saying so, I do recommend that this council should agree with the removal, properly so, of Councillor Delwaria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nonkumbi. Councillors, at this point, we move to vote. And I then now will ask the councillors who are in favor of the motion to raise their hands, please. Thank you, councillors. You may lower your hands. Thank you, councillors. You may lower your hands. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to call on councillors against the motion. Kindly raise your hands.
Incoming.
Councillor Machete, the incoming. Raise your hand.
Councillors, please, councillors in session, please do not do that. Thank you, councillors. You may lower your hands. Thank you, Councillor Ngobeni. You may lower your hand. Thank you. Are there councillors that are abstaining? Kindly raise your hand. No abstentions. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The results are as follows. Those in favor of the motion, 126. Those against the motion, 105. And 0 abstentions. Therefore, the motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, can we settle down so that we can proceed? Thank you, councillors. We proceed. Thank you. Acting Secretary to Council.
Councillors, we are on motion 6, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to pass a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the Section 79 Community Development Committee, Councillor Ann Sifumba.
Thank you, Acting Secretary to Council. Councillor Arnolds.
I, Councillor Margaret Arnolds, hereby table this motion in terms of Rule 89(1) and 94(1) of the Standing Rules and Order of the Council of the City of Johannesburg. Motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Community Development Committee, Councillor N. Sifumba. The chairperson of the Community Development Committee, Councillor Sifumba, has failed in her duties to ensure that the committee conducts proper oversight on the work of the executive in a manner that ensures that the department and its entities are effective in the provision of services to the residents of Johannesburg. The chairperson of the Community Development Committee, as part of her lack of leadership, took the committee on an oversight visit to the city's swimming pools when it was off-season, which was a waste of the city's resources, both financially and human resources. Furthermore, Councillor Sifumba fails to provide leadership to the committee as she allows frivolous discussions which mostly degenerates the meetings. It is therefore recommended that a motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the Community Development Committee, Councillor N. Sifumba, should be passed by Council. That upon the passing of this motion, the vacancy for the position of the chairperson of Community Development Committee be filled in accordance with Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Arnolds. Councillors, is the motion agreed to? Thank you. We shall now open for debate. The seconder, Councillor Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good evening to you, Speaker, and all councillors in the House. I, Themba Mhlongo, seconds the motion of vote of no confidence against the chairperson of the Community Development, Councillor N. Sifumba. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor P. Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this motion against the chairperson of the Community Development Section 79 meeting. Contrary to the allegations that are being made against the chairperson, the member in question has carried out her duties at all times with diligence and dedication. The allegation that the chair took the committee on a site visit to the swimming pool in winter was a waste of money. When else were we supposed to go when most of the maintenance is done in the winter months? If we were to do maintenance in the summer months, the pools would never open. In all the years of having been in this council for the first time as a member, it is the first time, in my experience, that a member is being fired for doing her job. What a shame. The FF Plus will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Mkonza.
Thank you.
Allow me to first acknowledge our Almighty God, eternally existent in three persons, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, the only creator of the heavens and the earth. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the constituents of the ACDP and the residents of our beloved city, Johannesburg. I greet you all in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He is Lord. Okay, Speaker, allow me to respond to this childish, regressive, politics of the stomach, uncompassionate, anti-accountability, anti-transparency motion of no confidence against the Section 79 COMDEF chairwoman, Councillor Sifumba, and all competent chairs of committees. As the ACDP caucus, we will focus on good governance, political and administrative stability, service delivery, best brains, and moral behavior. On good governance, as the ACDP, we believe that only strong and ethical governance is key to fighting corruption and the mismanagement of ratepayers' money. To manage and lead others, you need to lead and manage yourself. The way chairmen and chairwomen of Section 79 committees are removed and replaced leaves much to be desired. The fundamental basis of having a Section 79 committee is to perform oversight and scrutiny mandate over the executive. On political and administrative stability, the fight over who occupies the executive and Section 79 committees without considering capable, professional, elected and non-elected officials, that affects service delivery. When the elephants fight, to make it worse, when the hungry elephants fight, the grass suffers, which are the residents. Best brains and moral behavior. The ACDP argues that local government deserves best brains and we do not need populists. We need best brains, best stewards, leaders of moral behavior who are compassionate about people, and that's it. In conclusion, all of us, Madam Speaker, both the ruling and the opposition benches, need to firstly focus on our key stakeholders, which is our beloved residents. Secondly, we must focus on effectiveness. We must be results-driven. The winner-takes-all mentality is not benefit anyone. Yes. We need to win back the trust of our residents by focusing on our key stakeholders, service delivery, accountability, and effectiveness. The unacceptable voter apathy and the lack of trust on political parties speak directly to our childish, selfish, feed on the state mentality and collusive politics of the stomach. Let us adopt the mission statement of the ACDP by transforming and shaping leaders of integrity, promoting family values and moral values in society through Jesus Christ who strengthens us. Shalom, shalom. God bless and protect Africa. God bless and protect Israel. We pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Let there be peace between the Jews and the Palestinians. Bless you. Thank you.
Councillor Nkwanyana.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. The motion of no confidence moved on Chairperson of Community Development, Councillor Sifumba, is moved and seconded by two councillors that have never attended the Community Development Section 79 Committee. Lokho nje kukodwa, Presiding Officer, kuyihlazo ukubonisa ngokusobala ukuthi kunamakhansela ngempela ahlula ukulawula izisu zawo. It is clear that this is a deliberate attempt by the opposition benches to remove chairperson who has excellently performed, deliberately so, diligently so, and unified the Community Development Committee and created conducive environment for political parties to engage and reach consensus and speak in one voice. Wena owenze lokhu ngempela unenkinga. Even officials of the department can attest to the fact that Councillor Sifumba is one of the excellent chairpersons that committee has ever had. Serving under the stewardship of Councillor Sifumba is an honor. usebenzile sihlalo ungabanaki laba benza lokho baphushwa izisu zabo. The reason of this motion is that someone is eyeing on this chairperson's position and also aiming at returning the favor to someone, or it is someone's time to eat. Siyanbona. The citizens of the city of Johannesburg are aware of the political shenanigans that you are doing, and they will punish you like they did in 2016 and 2021. Ngeke nibuye la. Ngiyanidabukela ke nina with those few votes, with those few seats, because manibuya la mhlambe kobuyo yedwa. Ngoba the citizens of the city of Johannesburg are aware of what you are doing. Therefore, presiding officer, I want to put it clear that this motion is frivolous. The DA is not supporting this frivolous vote of no confidence, and I'm also requesting councillors in this chamber to not support such political shenanigans. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kuzobuya one.
Councillor Zwane.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Acting Speaker, City Manager, our caucus leader, Richard Funzela Ngobeni, Fabulous 44, and all the councillors in the House. Special greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. I would like to pay a special tribute to Tate Pet Mabua from Ward 28, some of the people that started with People's Dialogue. May his soul rest in peace. With that said, this motion is just nothing but a political game. The government of local unity, led by the ANC, is frustrated by the fact that we do have a proper leader in that department, which they cannot corrupt. This house must not replace people just to balance the numbers, which is a mistake. We must not add numbers, but let us add value and not remove this chairperson. The same government of local unity led by the ANC brought this motion against the chair, and they removed, in October last year, they themselves withdraw the same motion. As Councillor Smith have said it, there is no other time to go and do an oversight than in winter, so that you can prepare the pools for summer. So, with that said, this committee has a proper leader, and record speaks volumes. I urge this House not to push numbers, but let's vote for quality that will add value to our Section 79 committees. Action SA will not support this move to remove the chairperson. You will definitely need a microscope to find this quality of a leader from the other side. Action SA will not support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zwane. Councillor Arnolds.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to say to the ACDP, the very same ACDP that fired Councillor, through you, Speaker, that fired Councillor Sitole and Councillor Dyers for voting with their conscience. What a piece of Christianity. I hereby ask this House to move for this motion. I thank you.
Councillor Harris, I note your hand, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to have it recorded that we resent the inference that has been made. It is uncalled for. It's got no relevance to this particular debate.
Thank you, Councillor. It is noted and recorded. Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, we move to vote on the item. Thank you, councillors. We are now moving to vote on the item. At this point, I would like to ask the councillors who are in favor of this motion to raise their hands, please. Thank you.
Sawubona Ntombela, ilethe man. Uhle Ntombenhle, sawubona Ntombenhle. Wamuhle Ntombenhle. Sawubona Ntombenhle. Wamuhle Ntombenhle. Sawubona.
ANC councillor, support your own when
Thank you, councillors. You may now lower your hands. You can lower your hands, councillors. Thank you. This side, councillors, you can lower your hands. Thank you. Councillors, at this point, I call on the councillors against this motion. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You may lower your hands. Councillors in the back, you may lower your hands. Thank you. Are there any abstentions? None. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The results for motion 6 are in, and they are as follows. Those in favor of the motion was 127. Those against the motion, 104, and those and abstentions are 0. Therefore, the motion is carried. Thank you. Councillors, can we please just check, there is a mic that is on. Can you kindly switch it off? Thank you.
Thanks. Councillors, we're moving to motion number 7, which is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to pass a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Committee on Environment, Infrastructure and Services, Councillor Lerato Ngobeni.
Thank you, Acting Secretary to Council. Councillors, thank you so much. Councillor Nontenja. Yes. Councillor Machete. Okay, Councillor Machete is also not there. Before I rule, let me take the hands. I've got 2 hands. I've noted Councillor Nonkumbi and Councillor Dalanga.
Elder is in the loo or in the toilet. Hence, I'm saying figuratively, usendlini encane, but she is coming, Councillor Nongwez. So can you kindly just give her maybe some few minutes? Thank you very much, Speaker. Thanks.
If indeed Councillor Nontenja is around, can I then humbly ask one of the fellow councillors to try and... Before I take your hand, Councillor Arnolds, Councillor De Lange.
Yeah, no, Chairperson, I thought they wanted to skip the queue. Obviously, the proposer, the seconder, must come in or the motion falls away. But while we are waiting, 10-minute body break, and then we can actually continue while we wait. Thank you.
I've noted your request, Councillor De Lange. I'll just need to apply my mind to it because we are currently in a bit of a situation. Councillor Arnolds.
Speaker, if possible, can we go to the next motion and we'll see whenever they come back or whatever happens. We don't know where they are. Can we move to the next motion, please? It's late in the night. It's 9:15. We have children at home. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillors, it is important to understand that the councillors that you are, that is advocating for me to just drop the motion, these councillors are present. They've written, they've signed the register, they are here. We just need to determine where they are, and then we will proceed. In the meantime, we will then now move to the next motion. But before we do that, let me take Councillor Pitkau.
Speaker, if they're not in the chamber, they are not present. That is the ruling. We should drop the motion and carry on with the next one.
Thank you, Councillor Pitkau. I think that it will be a very dangerous precedent for me to set, because tomorrow half of the DA caucus will not be in council and they will be deemed as absent, and then we will be having court cases. So we don't want those kinds of situations. I think in all fairness, or before I rule on that, let me also allow for Councillor Marema to speak. Thank you.
No, relax, Mchan. No, thank you very much, Acting Speaker. In the interest of time, I was looking at your speakers list here. So I see that those who are trying to run away from the inevitable will soon be caught up with item number 10, which speaks of the very same motion that we are trying to defer to the other. So I wanted to put it to you that perhaps we proceed, no time for breaks. We proceed, and if Councillor Nontenja comes before you get to item number 10, at least she be given an opportunity because she is here. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Let us do this. Councillor De Lange, unfortunately at this point, we cannot afford a body break. We are close to finish, and I think it's important for us to push so that we can conclude. Councillor Marema, you are quite correct. This motion basically repeats itself at motion 10. And in the interest of time, I will then rule that motion number 7 would then fall off. Given that we do not have anyone to speak to the items, to motion number 7. Should the councillors be back in the chamber when we get to motion number 10, which is it is an identical motion, we can then proceed. Oh, it's a different proposal, so we are unable to do that. Okay, I think our best option would then be to move to the next motion. I'll give some time and then see if they are back, and then we can rule on this particular item. Can we agree, councillors? Thank you. Councillor Pitkau?
I think that's a waste of time. You should drop this motion. The motion number 10 is the identical motion, so you can drop 7, whether it's a different proposal or not, doesn't matter.
I don't think that would be, if it was the same proposal, it would have been identical motion. Therefore, I rule that we would come back to motion number 7. We move to motion number 8. Thank you, Acting Secretary to Council. Thank you.
Councillors, motion 8 is recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to pass a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Public Safety Committee, Councillor S. Maila.
Councillor Mhlongo? Hey. Okay, the second, Councillor Polobosho. Not here. Okay. I've noted you, Councillor Nongumbi. I'll give you a chance to speak now. I'm a bit concerned, councillors, because now we have given the benefit of the doubt to both councillors Nontenja and councillor Machete, and now we have a situation with councillor Mhlongo and councillor Polobosho also being aloof. Councillor Arnolds.
Speaker, the four of them had an emergency. Someone... Am I protected, Speaker?
Councillors.
Am I protected? They want an answer and they don't allow me. Man, DA light, please.
Councillors. Councillor Arnolds, please proceed.
Sorry, Speaker. Those people had an emergency. So they had to rush out here. Something happened to Mpolo Bosho's family and they had to rush out here now.
So you're confirming that they are not here?
They are not here. They had to rush out somewhere.
Thank you, Councillor.
Aipo.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Allow me to take Councillor Nonkumbi, Councillor Delanga, Councillor Myers. We close it there and then I will rule. Thank you. Councillor Nonkumbi? Covered. Thank you, Councillor Delanga.
Chairperson, we are always sensitive if something happens in our personal lives and we have to leave the chamber. But there shouldn't be a different rule. For argument's sake, if we are discussing quarterly reports and I am a speaker on that specific report and I am not here, I get skipped and we move on. The same happens here if your proposer is not here or your seconder is not here or both are not here. We cannot give them extra time to come back and then to consider the motion. We have to be fair with this, acting speaker. We cannot skip. There was no elevation. This wasn't mentioned before when we opened the meeting. So if they are not here, unfortunately, I hope it's not a serious matter, then obviously we cannot table these specific motions at this stage. And that's how the rules should be, and I think that's how it should work as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Delanga. Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Acting Speaker. And, thank you for what Councillor Arnold has mentioned. We hope and pray that everything is okay. But just in terms of Rule 90.3, if both the proposer and seconder are absent, the motion falls away. It's in the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. I will not directly apply that rule because that rule refers to when the councillors are absent. The councillors are not here. I am still ruling. Can we be orderly? I am still ruling. The councillors are not here, and we have just received report that Councillor Mpolo Bosho has also left due to an emergency, and therefore I rule that motion number 8 falls away. Secretary to Council, and also to rule on motion number 7, as I have parked the ruling, that motion will also fall away. Thank you. Can we proceed? Thank you.
Motion 11. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. We are in motion 10, which recommending the City of Johannesburg Council to pass a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Committee on Environment, Infrastructure and Services, Councillor L. Ngobeni.
Councillor Thank you. Motion 9 would then also automatically fall away because it speaks to a motion of no confidence against the chairperson of GOD. So we are at motion 10 currently. Councillor Madiba?
Megatusindile. Akasinda. Greetings to the acting speaker, the executive mayor.
Councillor, can you kindly take your seat? There's a hand.
Okay.
Councillor De Lange?
Speaker, I know this is extraordinary. I don't think we've ever had motions being pulled. You must just give the speakers from the previous motion that didn't go through to get onto the speakers list of the motion that is replacing the motion that has just been
That's not going to happen, Councillor. That motion falls away altogether as an item in its completeness, as a motion in its completeness.
Yeah, but this motion,
Thank you.
is it not for
Thank
the
you,
action?
Councillor. Please proceed, Councillor. You may take your seat, Councillor De Lange.
But now Action SA doesn't have a...
Councillor De Lange, can you please switch off your mic to allow the next speaker to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, acting speaker. Greetings to you, acting speaker, the leader of Caucus of the African National Congress, 91 councillors from the African National Congress, Lebabangwe. Kindly take note that in terms of Chapter 7, and in particular Rules 89 and 94 of 1 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council, the proposer and seconder hereby submit the following motion. A motion of a vote of no confidence against chairperson of Section 79 Committee on Environment, Infrastructure and Services, Councillor Lerato Ngobeni. The chairperson of the EIS committee, Councillor Lerato Ngobeni, treats the committee as an extension of the DA Action SA Coalition Caucus. The chairperson has failed in her duties to ensure that the committee on the performance of the executive branch, especially as it relates to provision of basic services and maintenance essential infrastructure. The chairperson, Councillor L. Ngobeni, has never called the MMCs to come and account to the committee about constant water and electricity outages that are a daily occurrence in the city since this administration took over. In all the meetings of the committee, the chairperson frustrates councillors who views she does not support, and this has a negative impact on the work of the committee, as only those with views aligned to his are allowed to contribute to the work of the committee. It is therefore recommended that the motion of a vote of no confidence against chairperson of Environment, Infrastructure and Services Committee, Councillor Lerato Ngobeni, be passed by council. That upon the passing of this motion, the vacancy of the position of the chairperson of EIS be filled in accordance with Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Madiba. Councillor Butko.
I just rise on the point of order. Unfortunately, I had my hand up and was calling for you while he was still speaking. He mustn't mislead the House. Right? These reasons are totally frivolous because the MMC was present at many times, and that is frivolous. Please.
Thank you, Councillor Butko. You will debate the matter when you have time. Thank you. Okay, well, but Thank you. Thank you. You may take your seat, Councillor Budka.
That one to keep quiet because he's not even in the committee.
Can we have, at this point, I'd like to put it to the House. Is the motion agreed to? Okay, thank you, councillors. We shall now open for debate. Councillor Mate, the seconder.
Greetings, Speaker. Also greetings to our chairperson of the Caucus.
Apologies, Councillor Mate.
Which is ANC.
Apologies, Councillor. Can you take your seat? There's a hand. Councillor? Councillor Ngobeni?
Sorry, Speaker. We had a speaker on the original motion, motion 7.
Councillor, I noted Councillor Ngobeni's hand. Councillor Ngobeni raised his hand. You did not raise your hand. No, it does not work like that. Kindly take your seat. Councillor Mate, can you proceed, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Greetings once again, Speaker. Greetings, chairperson of the lovely organization, which is ANC, Councillor Dada Morero. On behalf of the ANC movement, we support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cotiers, I note your hand.
But scared to speak now, Speaker. Thank you. In the original one, motion 7, Speaker, we had a speaker for that motion. Is it possible that we could have a speaker in this one now that we've changed over?
Councillor Cotiers, we are not on motion number 7, which means that the speakers that are allocated to motion number 7, that motion has fallen off in its entirety. We cannot reallocate speakers from there. Apart from it being logical, you are requesting for me to do something that is unprecedented in this council, and I cannot accede to that request. I hope you understand. Thank you. Councillor Madiba.
Thank you, Speaker. She did a good work and all that. Repeat other councillors will also know that this year, February. Since last year, September, this committee did not sit. So asima akagare no the chairperson tshwantse ajo. So ka go ke re opela or
Councillor Madiba, kindly take your seat. There's a hand. Councillor, proceed.
Thanks.
The point of order?
Yeah, point of order to Councillor Madiba. Speaker, if I can tell you that Councillor Madiba was an intern in that committee, so through the chairperson he was trained there, Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Now that you have graduated.
Councillors, I have requested earlier in this council that we do not belittle fellow councillors. What you have just done now, it's belittling to the next councillor. That's not relevant to anything that he's doing right now. Can we refrain from those kind of tactics? Because it is kind of low. And I do believe that Action SA holds a higher standard than that. Thank you, councillors. Please proceed, Councillor Madiba.
Speaker, I'm going to request that after the ruling that you have just taken right now, you also request Councillor Munyai to withdraw. I was elected as the ward councillor by many people voting, and it can't be that someone comes here and calls me an intern. I'm here because of I was voted for. So can I therefore request that you request Councillor Munyai to withdraw that?
Thank you. Councillor, I think it is a fair and proper request, and it is a right thing to do. Can you kindly withdraw that? Thank you.
Speaker.
I note your hand, Councillor Gobeni. I was just... Please, can you proceed, Councillor? We've requested for you to withdraw a statement. No, we've requested for you to withdraw. You are the one who spoke. You are the one who said those words.
To withdraw what, Speaker? To withdraw what? Acting Speaker.
Councillor Gobeni, I've noted your hand. I am asking that councillor to withdraw the undermining statement and of coming to